Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Morning, James and Gary and Chris. Hey, Polar Ted. Hey, RWD, RCKY. Hey, John. Hey, Alex. Thomas. Hey, Pavel. Welcome. And Collie and Gary, and I wanted to thank Eurus for becoming a member late last night, right after I made the stream, scheduled the stream. I thank Linus for being a member for 7 months. Hey, Dunes. Hey, Paul. Hey, Mitchell. How's everyone doing? NH3D and member for 7 months. Thanks, Steve and Charlie, for the awesome content. Awesome. Thank you. Charlie, I mean, I'm not making this up. He definitely jumps up here when I'm prepping for stream. And he doesn't do that when I'm just working here. So I don't know if it's the lights. Once I turn all the lights on, he knows it's go time. I don't know. Hey, Hazel, or Hazed. Malfred, Kelvin, Derek, thanks for being a member for 7 months. Wow. Giving Charlie virtual head scritches. Yep. Bjornar, is that how you say that? Welcome. Good evening. Hey, Collie, Bruno, and Mike 4D. Charlie knows what's up. He knows he gets extra pets. Gary, thanks for gifting the memberships. Hey, Squirrel Brain. Speaking of which, I think today's stream is going to be a little squirrel-brained for me. We have a lot of things to do, and I'm not quite ready. I haven't quite figured out a couple other things. So we'll be kind of dancing around mostly the filament guide tube and toolhead wiring. We're kind of dance around that, but I have an idea what I want to do. I'm just not prepared to do it on here. We'll talk about it though. So James, thanks for being a member for 7 months. 7 months already. Wow. Hey, Smalls. What do we got? Battalion. If I miss your name, I mean, I try to catch a lot of names. Hopefully it's not too irritating. I like to say hi. Past Ender switchwire conversion stream has got me ordering parts for a conversion for one of my Ender 3s. Awesome. Have fun with the build, Bryce. I'm really liking mine. I really, and I promise, and I know I've taken a long time, but I promise I'm going to do a follow-up on that. I need to get it done so I can give it to my friend. So, but it from what I've printed on it, which is 50 or 60 hours, it's working really well. So with the Creality steppers even, at reasonable speeds. So, Boydie, member for 7 months, thank you. Hi, Troy. Let me guess, Mellow Super 8 and a pair of SB 2040s. Yes, that is the plan for this build. I hope that the little gotchas with the SB 2040s don't catch us too bad. I am working on installing those on a different printer kind of ahead of stream, just so I don't completely fumble. So, hey, DeWitt, welcome. I also use Fly SB 2040 V1. First, works nonstop. Second, the extruder motor is heating up so much that I had melted the whole. Yeah. So we're gonna go over a few kind of safety things in the setup as well. It's probably a good idea not to have a hot end and heater hooked up for the first flash of the stuff. So going forward on streams, I'll be doing that is before powering on the control boards, I'm gonna disconnect the heaters just as a safety precaution. Where are you going, Charlie? He's going that way, and there's nothing that way. I think he's figuring that out. There we go. Let's see here. Killer Prince, happy Sunday, Steve. Was wondering about Tridex. Yep, we are going to continue work on it today. And Charlie is, I'm not giving him enough attention, apparently. Killer Prince, thanks for being a member for 7 months. Hi, Black. Hi, Echo 2, Papa 2. Yes, TAP. So I have been involved with TAP for over a year now. I built a very, very early version, and I've built several of the beta versions. And this is my purple Trident, has the latest RC1 installed on it. Now this is also the printer that I'm putting a SB2040 on. So I'm kind of rebuilding it right now off camera. So I am way behind on chat. I just finished up most of the SB2040 flashing docks. Hey, if you can send me a link to those, that'd be awesome. We're about to get some Charlie shoulder time, I think. Here, let's do this. I am still behind on chat. Hey, Joker Nut. Hey, Bill Brothers. What's a CTE of printed ABS? What are you talking about? The kind of the melting, what is CTE? Remind me, please. Hey, Joseph. Do we call it tappy then? Gary Putnam, yes, thank you for all the veterans. Thank you. Big thanks. I love the E3 Pro switchwire conversion so much, I've put together a list on my Amazon cart of the needed parts. Awesome, have fun with the build. Kittrell, hello. What is a good website to order quality colored Voron frames from? I know the LDO stuff. If you go to docs.ldomotors.com, they have a list of vendors there. So, address label. What address label? Is there an address label that's visible? Our 3-year young mix of house cat and Bengal cheetah says hi to Charlie. Charlie is, yep, there he goes. We haven't had this in a while. Coefficient of thermal expansion. I don't know what it is, John. Does anybody else know? Charlie's it's been a long time since he's decided to come up on my shoulders, and now he's just gonna perch there. So we'll just talk for a little bit. Let's let him get it out of his system. Although you have 9-stepper motors that use board with 8-stepper, how does this work? I think I have a knot in my head. I'm using a CAN tool head board. So I will be using 7 on the main control board and 2 on for the tool heads, CAN boards for the tool heads. Hey Eddie, welcome. Listening today while I change brakes out. Oh, have fun. Hey Scott, if you paid attention to Charlie the other 163 hours of the week. This is true. So, the other cam has an address? What cam has an address? I've blocked out, I think, everything. Thanks for all your content and all you do for the community, Steve. Here's a great end of the year. Awesome, thank you, Keith. Much appreciated. Will tap work with CAN tool headboards? Yes, you just want to be careful. You want to make sure that in the final versions of any optical boards or anything. Are you gonna go back down? There we go. Oh. Thanks, Polar Ted. I will check that out. I will be working on that this week. I think my plan is to take this next weekend. So we're gonna do a bunch of little making progress on this build today and hopefully get the electronics in and do a bunch of wiring. And then next week, I'm gonna try to detour to another project, something else we're gonna cover on stream. That'll give me a little extra time to do some modeling of parts I wanna do and figure out some final things. And then we'll come back to this build. That's my plan right now, subject to change. Hopefully your CAN install goes more smoothly than Nero's. I hope so too. We will see. That's why I'm gonna do it on a different printer, just so I get a little more comfortable with the process. Okay, we can go back here. Oh, still can't see Charlie, but you can see part of him. I went back and looked. There are labels on the boxes, but not address labels. Yeah, these are just part number labels. We're good. I can't think of anything that's on stream. Thanks, Boydie. Thanks for checking. Okay, let's get moving. Charlie may just sit there. He might just be content. With Tridex, would you have to mount one hot end lower to use tap for both tool heads? Well, right now, tap isn't compatible with Tridex. The way the belts route on tap, there isn't enough room for the pass through, because if you look at here, let me get a little better view here. If you look at the tool head here, you see this bottom belt, it's not actually connected to that tool head. See, there's a pass through there, and it's the opposite belt on the other tool head is the same thing. There is not room for that in the current iteration of TAP. So I'm sure someone in our wonderful mod community will figure something out. But right now, as it is, oh, there's no, that's the label. This is the label from the label that got delivered to Murph. All my address stuff is marked out on that. So there's no actual address there. That's been there for weeks and weeks. But thank you. I appreciate you guys watching out, for sure. So, I flashed my SB2040 about 20 times this week. I have the process right, I hope. Awesome. I will definitely appreciate your link you've sent me, and I'll check it out. That is the label from the UPS Trident. I'm gonna keep that around. Charlie is finally done, so let me help him down because he's getting old. Hey, KB3D, welcome. Okay, let me just set some of this stuff aside and let's figure out where we're gonna go with this. Because like I said, I'm gonna be a little scatterbrained today, I think, just kind of moving around. Mr. K, I have the Murph printer in my garage. I did a special midweek. If you look at my videos and find the mystery stream, that was us checking out the damage. The Trident, yes. So, if we spot an address label, we'll just come back and block it out for you. There we go. Mello official store is still closed due to COVID-19. I have to wait for my CAN system. So Mello sent me, just to cover things, Mello sent me the tool head boards, but I bought the Fly 8 off their AliExpress store, and they were really quick. So if they're off due to COVID, that's unfortunate, but they didn't know I was ordering it, and it shipped like the next day, and I had it within like 2 weeks. It was pretty good for Ali. The Tribent or Tridented? Either of those work. Let's see. So let's go through some of the tool head stuff. Continue on that. So last time we assembled one of the stealth burners, and I said I was going to do the other one off camera, and I did. Does Charlie want out?
He was scratching. Was
he scratching?
But no.
Let's give him a hand. Charlie was scratching at the door, and then my wife opened it for him, and then he just sat there. So give him a little nudge out. So I assembled the second stealth burner. Now we need to do things like end stops. Get our X end stops wired and talk about where those are going and how the wiring is routed. So I'll be disassembling some of this to cover that. So let's see if we can get these some reasonable on camera. They have about 2 weeks left on their COVID lockdown. Oh, that's unfortunate. Got to jump. I'll be watching from their account, and IDEX is waiting to be completed. Awesome. Thanks. We'll see you on the other account, Bill. Behind the Tridex, it's another label. Well, this is my Earth badge. I don't know if that's what you're seeing. I don't know. We're good. I don't see anything that has my address on it, so I think we're okay. An envelope. Martin the engineer, thanks for becoming a member. I don't see anything. I think we're okay. Okay, so let's take tool heads off. And then we're gonna switch over to Eddie's GitHub for some documentation. We're gonna look at some points there. This is a good use for the ES15. Hey, Vincewa. Oh, and I hope I have, I may have to go searching for some end stops because I had them for that. Okay, so here is the other tool head. I'm using the Mellow SB 2040. It's the 2-piece tool head, so that makes it nice for pulling the fan module off, and then this stays all together and you don't have to worry about connectors there. This goes up, and we're gonna pull most of this apart. So I had not connected the heater wire yet. So here, we have a tool head board now. What other benefits other than different materials does the IDEX have compared to single hot end EMU systems? You don't have to purge as much. There's still a little bit of purge needed, but you don't have to do a purge tower. So it's more efficient. That would probably be the biggest. Hey, Sanity, you riding the train? Fun. Hey, Justin. It's actually warm in here today. I have a little oil heater that I had running, and I think I let it run for too long. Have 50mm screw is my favorite place to use a power driver. Removing it, installing it, you risk cracking the stealth burner. Okay, so I'm using Revos. This is the tool head for it. This is a normal, this is the same, the right side tool head is the same as any other stealth burner install. But we're gonna use the ADXL mounts here with a Tridex printed part to install a end stop. So I think the other Lego might just be the volcano adapter. Oh yeah, I've got a CNC kitchen at Murph gave me his volcano adapter, so I threw that up there. There's no address on that either. So, okay, let me find an end stop. Oh, I am going to be short on these. I will find some though. Excuse me, it's still a little phlegmy. Figure out which box I put that kind of thing in. That's fans. I had a V0 box. Where did I put that? Maybe in here? Let's see. I feel like, oh, it is hot. I'm gonna try this box. I may open the door. Hold on a second. It's actually quite warm in here now. Let me open the door and cool off, otherwise this is gonna be miserable. A box of extra V0 stuff in here, and I thought I had some, here we go. There's one. I'd like to find one more, but I can take it off of this other thing. Where did I put that? I just had one in my hand. Ooh. Okay, I guess that is all that I can get out of there. Where did I put the other one? So I took this off of I'm taking this off of a V0, or spare parts from a V0, and this has no use on it, so this will be fine. Hey Alchemy, thanks for becoming a member. I'm gonna need to reuse these screws, and I can reuse most of this wiring. Sorry, I wasn't expecting this to be so warm in here today. Okay, get this out of the way. Maybe it's part drinking the coffee too. Oh, Charlie's back in. He probably detected the door open. He likes to lay next to the door when it's open. So, okay, we have this little printed part, and this ADXL is not really meant for this, but we're gonna run the wires behind the tool head, and that I was gonna show you the documentation that shows that. So on Eddie's Tridex page, and let me go here and link this in the chat. This is the GitHub for it. And if we go to documentation and the assembly instructions, near the bottom of this, we've already gone through a lot of this. This is all gantry assembly and stuff. Near the bottom, we'll talk about the tool heads and the little considerations with the end stops. So are we still good? Are we going? I've got a, am I locked up? My preview was weird there for a second. Hey Randy, how's the stream health? My preview had locked up, but YouTube says I've got a good connection. Okay, we're going through here, near the bottom. No? Everything's good? Stream's okay? Okay. Weird. Belt routing, we did all of this in previous streams. Okay, nozzle wiper assembly, we're gonna do this today as well. But tool head assembly. So the difference between these, looks goon? It looks goon, Randy? Thanks for checking. For the T0 tool head left, print the specific. So the left tool head has an extra little bumper for the end stop from the right tool head. For the T1 tool head, the right, print the standard tool head front and rear from the Stealth Burner repo, along with the custom X end stop mount from the Tridex repo. Mount a micro switch with lever into the X end stop mount, so wire leads extending through the tool head rear behind the hot end heatsink, where the wires will join the rest of the hot end thermistor wires to travel up to CW2. Okay, so let me try this. So here's a normal Stealth Burner setup, and this little piece is gonna go here, and I think I have that upside down and backwards. I think it goes like that. And then the wires are gonna extend across the back of the heatsink and then come up with the rest of these wires here. So let's do that. Let me get this out of the way temporarily. Oh. There we go. And let's see if we can do something over here. No? Okay, Charlie. I was gonna point the camera at Charlie, but he's deciding to move already. Goonisling for box wine here in Australia. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna take this end stop that already has some wiring on it and not worry about, we'll just cut it to what we need. So, oh, it does not have, doesn't matter if it has a bumper or not. It doesn't have the lever. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. If it's not, I'll put a lever back on it. My can tool doesn't have ADXL. I think these do. I think the Mellow 2040s have it built in, don't they? Or am I wrong? Okay, let's figure out how this goes. This is gonna go like that, and that puts the switch vertical here. So that means this guy is gonna go, let's see if I can fit this through here. Might have to do some sanding cleanup in there because that was a bridge, because this prints down and it has a pretty decent bridge there. Best to have a lever because multi-MCU homing lag. Oh, okay. I will put a lever back on here. I actually have, I noticed I have a lever in here. A lever that I had taken off, so I'm gonna see what I can do about putting that back on. With some little pliers and the glasses then. So I have a lever that I'm going to bend back into shape. I think I have a stash of micro switches somewhere, but I'd kind of rather reuse what I have on the shelf. So that's gonna go like that. And then this is just gonna go in there, or like that. And then I'm going to, maybe a little screwdriver in there, just bend this. There we go. That'll work. Thanks, Eddie. Hey, Maker Viking. The switch usually has it still attached, but I'm reusing a switch I already had on the shelf. And I've got a little bit of a tight fit here, and I think it's the heat shrink tubing on this connection. So I'm just gonna cut a little tab of that off. The blade. What else do I got going on here? Seeing why this tight fit. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's not wanting to go in. So let me push that back out and clean this up a little bit. Hey, Kyle. Does input shaper. So I'm gonna just take my blade here and clean up some of this bridge. Let's see if that's enough. I had to sand my end stop part quite a bit to get the stop to fit in. Okay. There we go. That fit. So now let's see if we can get the screws to go in. looks good. Starting on 2.4 and a Prusa Mark III next week. Gonna be busy. Oh yeah. Mark III should what? Take about 6 hours to build? Okay, so 2 screws to hold that in, lever back on there. And then this is going to, let's see, what size screws do we need here? A little bit of elephant foot on those, so I'm just going to take my little 3mm reamer, make sure the screws will fit through there. What are these? Looks like a 12mm. Another one. Okay. Yep, Dennis, thanks for gifting memberships. Hi, Q. Hi, Nuno. Where'd my mouse go? Did I miss anything else? Awesome. Gotta go, going to Monterey Bay. Have fun, John. Okay, so now we're gonna route this wire through here, and I think I'm gonna take this end off because I don't need it. I'm not gonna need that much wire, so I'm just gonna cut this and I'll recycle that connector later. But this will go up and through here. That will bolt right there. So let's see, where did my, there we are. Oh, I'm not going to use an ES15 for this little thing here. I don't want to over tighten it. Okay, so there is the right tool head wiring, and that little bit of wire passing back here isn't going to make any real difference on, isn't going to be a problem, it going across the airflow path there. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Clean off my bench. And we will cut these to length and put a JST pH on them for the tool head board. I'll get this guy back on here, and maybe, that gets in the way. Hey, Gerard. Let's see. What is going to be the better? Gonna put this over here and maybe work on it right here. Let's try that. So with this tool head now coming up into here, we are going to use just the, let's look at the SB 2040 documentation and figure out which end stop. I think just the 2-pin end stop is what we're gonna want. So here at Mellow, here, let me just paste where I'm at. This is the Mellow documentation for the SB 2040. So, finally tried Polylite ASA and I'm impressed. Better quality than KVP ABS, same exact G code. Awesome. I've printed some of their teal ASA and it turned out good. That's one of my Tridents is going to be that. Hey Dustin, welcome. Okay, so if we look here, this is the wiring diagram, the pin out for the SB 2040. Can I maybe I can get rid of that. Hey, there we go. Awesome. So we have an end stop here. I think I'm just going to use this end stop, just a simple switch end stop, 2 pins, ground and signal. This 2 pin is what I'm going to use. And that'll be, when we define it in Clipper, it's going to be GPIO 29. So, oh, there goes Charlie. So this wire coming up here, I think I'm just going to kind of give myself a little bit of extra room, and I'm going to cut this right there. So let's cut that. And then in these boxes, they included, and if I kept it all together, I've been working on things, but they included things like terminal pins and connectors. So pH pins and a pH connector. Just wire strippers and crimper. Let me see. I think I'm going to try to just do this here on the printer instead of taking it off. Hey, DeWitt, thanks for becoming a member. Okay. These are 24 gauge ETFE, so I usually use a 26 gauge spot on my wire strippers here. Just don't press really hard. There we go. And then I use the iWis 2820 crimpers, and I use the 1 millimeter spot for these JST PHs. So get that guy in there. Make sure the other wire is out of the way. And then I use the next larger one for the insulation side. What is that? The 1.3. There and there. Now this is not polarized. So, but since the switch I grabbed has white and black wire, I'm compelled to plug the black one into the ground side, or into the ground side. So what is that? That'll be like this. It's not polarized, but since the switch I grabbed already had wire on it, I'm doing that. So now this will go in here, and I'll just make this a little loop. And plugged in. There we go. Okay, what am I missing? The like button isn't working for you, Dustin. You should click it. Don't click it an even number of times. Try it again, but make sure you're doing it an even number of times. Uh-oh. Hey, Kyle. Anybody know US vendor with that mini MGN rail for tap? A bunch of them should be showing up very soon. As soon as the bomb's released, they'll start showing up on vendor sites. There's some issue with the thermistor in this can board and tap. There was a fix, I think. Oh, with the optical sensors, I think what you're thinking, Nick. How much volume do you lose on the x-axis with Tridex, if any? I'm going to be building, this is a 250 build, and I think I'm gonna end up with, what was it, 210 to 220 in X. Hey, Latian. Hey, David. Surely an odd number of times. I got that mixed up. Just whatever, make sure that it's highlighted when you're done. So, okay, XN stop for here is done. I can plug my thermistor back in, which is a little bit of a challenge here. But there we go. And then I'm gonna leave my heater unplugged. So I think that's gonna be, like I said, we've had some boards come with stuff turned on by default. So just a general safe practice is leave the heater unplugged until firmware is flashed. So, hey Bob, that one is good, right? Yeah. So let's put the tool head board back on. Very light. Make sure this doesn't over tighten. Oh, the YouTube smiley bug is super annoying. I found there was some other bug I noticed. Oh, when you at someone and then hit tab, the cursor goes to the beginning of the line now. I noticed that on Nero's stream yesterday. Has anybody else noticed that? When you at someone and then hit tab to select their name, it goes back to the beginning of the line, at least for me. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech. Hey, Jason. I'm going to wait on the optical sensor until KB3D, Fabrico, and DFH, etc. can get them listed. Only see it on Mouser. Shipping is 2 times apart. Yes. Hi, Steve and everyone. Homework with daughter over, so finally time for some relaxation stream. Awesome. Okay, so let's see here. Let's do this. So this is now that we have that on there, we can see, let's see, where can I go here? That'll be good enough. So we have this tool head, oops, with the little bumper here. This tool head with the switch, and they go there. So now it's triggering before the stealth burners, and I know that's a little blurry, but that is what it's doing. So unlike most Vorons, the way we set them up, homing to X max, this is going to home to X min. So it's going to home over here. Hold on. I was going to sneeze, but apparently not. Is the stream slightly lagging just for me? I don't know. Hey, Jason. Anyway, Tridex homes to X min. So your left tool head is going to home first with a micro switch on the X carriage, which we're going to install next. And then the right tool head is going to home to the left tool head, like that. So now I need to figure out where I put the micro switch I was carrying around with me earlier. I had it in my hand and set it somewhere. Nobody's ever done that but me, right? Had something in your hand and set it somewhere and have no idea where it went? Am I the only one? Johnny Boy Tech, thanks for becoming a member. It's really annoying when sneezes don't happen. Yes. Adrian, member for 4 months. Thank you. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. So I have a micro switch that I had previously set up with a little JST adapter. So I'm going to cut that off, desolder, and we're gonna solder some wires on. Steve, did you share your salad fork configs? It doesn't look like the repo has the consolidated printer config. I didn't consolidate mine. I went ahead and powered through the config as Yuri provided it. So I can share it though. Nope, I never lose things that are within 6 inches of my hand. Yeah, it was right there. Scotty Dog, thanks for being a member for 4 months. How many hours wasted? Oh, I waste so much time looking for things I just had. Okay, wires. We need more wires. I have wires. I'm reprinting a part right now because it's misplaced a quarter of the parts. I have even more of the black and white same wires. I'm gonna grab that and that'll be good. Hey R3D. I purchased the micro switches in 50 packs. That way when I move, I'll find 171 of them in odd places. Yes. I'm pretty sure somewhere I have a packet of micro switches. I'm pretty sure I actually ordered them from KB3D in one of my things, but this says X end stop even, but I'm going to take that off. Pavel, thank you for gifting the memberships. And Mad Shammy, thanks for gifting the memberships. And Jason, thanks for becoming a member. Lots of members. I don't know when this month's member stream is going to be. It might be this coming weekend if I can think of something to do. Might be this coming weekend. Okay, there's the end stop. So let's get the soldering iron going. And we're gonna work on this. I'm gonna pull this off. And Charlie wants out, so give me a second. So I had previously used this end stop and had made an adapter so I could plug it in somewhere. I'm just gonna cut this adapter off and desolder it and we'll reuse the thing. No tap on Tridex. Currently tap is not compatible with Tridex because of the way the belt pathing needs to be. I don't know what it's going to take to, here, let me do this a little, since I probably have room. This is a little safer. There, and hey Jeffrey, from Clearfield, Utah. When I was a little kid, I lived in Utah for a year or two. I lived in the Ogden area, but I remember a little bit of it. I remember snow, but we moved when I was 3. So, moved to California when I was 3. Lars, there's no tap index, right, no tap IDEX carriage. Mad Shammy, little love from the DFH crew. Thank you for the 20. Bruno, what's tap? Tap is a nozzle probe, a direct nozzle probe that was just released yesterday. If you look at the Voron Live, if you go to Misadventures in Melting Plastics channel, that's Doc's channel. Hey, Kalish Nick Kyle, welcome. Hi, Flo. I'm getting late today. Are you doing CAN bus on the SBs? I am. I will be doing CAN bus on the SBs. Let's see what it's going to take to that and that. Maybe a little solder pump action. maybe? There. That should do that. And then the middle one. There we go. Where are we at? Hey, Eclipse. Check after you and will after yours. Thank you. I was born in California and left when I was 3. There you go. I was actually born in Las Vegas. My dad was in the Air Force. So. Okay, let's get some, solder these on and get some heat shrink. Dark Neutrino, member for 6 months. Thank you, always fun to watch. Thanks for the streams. Thanks for being here. I live about 8 miles from Ogden. I'm originally from Victorville, California. Where can I see the tab video? Here, let's bring it up. If we go to YouTube, remember, I'm not logged in here, so any suggestions that come up are based on what I've searched on stream. Misadventures in melting plastic. Go here. Let's just copy this. So on that channel, you go to the live, it should be tap, tap, tap. Is this thing on? So there's that. I need a new solder sucker. Mine is awful. Really have to press it hard, and when it sucks, it isn't smooth. I like this one. This is the Engineer. This is the Engineer solder sucker. What are your thoughts on inductive heating soldering irons? I have no thoughts on them. I have no idea they were a thing. Are they super quick to heat up? I would imagine that's a good thing. Okay, back to where we were. I need some heat shrink. Heat shrink tubing. My little thingy of heat shrink. So just go, should be able to use that. Just need a couple relatively short pieces. I have to look into one. There we go. Where is Charlie? Oh, he's still out. He's still out. Born in SoCal, hoping to get out before I pass. Damn, I knew that sucker looked expensive. I don't think it was that expensive. Where did I set it? Oh, it's right here. This guy. Engineer SS02. But it's got little replaceable silicone tips that help with the seal. Working and lurking, Steve. Have a great stream. Thanks for the great content on a Sunday. It's lacking in most areas, so thank you. Awesome, thank you. Hey, Richard. Even when you're not holding exactly correct, it still seems to get most of the solder off. Yeah. So I think the thing about, oops, where's my solder? The thing about Engineer tools is individually, they don't seem to be for the most part, don't seem to be terribly expensive, but you can find cheaper alternatives with varying degrees of whether it's actually better or not. Tin the wires. And then retin. So we want the outer pins, we want a normally closed configuration, so it's the outer pins on the switch. And we need our heat shrink. There we go. I paid $20 from Addersroot for the solder sucker. Nice. I still have the one I used to use. I've had this one for like 20 years and I don't even remember what brand it is, but it works. It still works okay. I just saw the Engineer one and I mean, I had to have it. It's got a red button. Need that anymore? Okay. Heat shrink. And let me melt this. Let me shrink this with my heat gun. Being an RC guy about the Engineer, I have those in my shopping cart in my buy later list. The screw extraction pliers. Those look really interesting. I think Adam Savage did a video on those, which caused me to put them in my cart. I just haven't pulled the trigger on them. Oh, I thought you were cleaning the iron with heat inserts. I just noticed it's wool. Yeah, it's this brass or whatever Brillo pad stuff. I like it better than keeping a wet sponge. Unbelievable, they have one stock at store near me and nothing is ever in stock near you. Okay, let's clean up and now we're gonna put this end stop on the back of the tool board. So I don't need that anymore. This guy. Try to keep somewhat. A red button, okay, I need that. Yep, see, I told you. All you need is the red button. I don't know what is going to be better for a view on here. We're gonna go to the back of the printer though. Maybe, I think I'm going to remove the tool head because I think I'm gonna need to. Get them, Steve Elds, even if you need them once, they're worth it. Yeah, I mean, they're in my, I usually delete things I'm never going to get in my cart. I just haven't decided to do it yet. With the Engineer crimpers, you have to do the sheath and the wire crimp separate, right? Yes, I mean, even with these crimpers that I use, you do them separate. It's 2 actions for every crimp, but it works well. I'd almost prefer that myself. Only because I haven't found great crimpers that do both at the same time. It also does not cool down the solder tip. Correct, Andrus. The brass Brillo pad thing doesn't cool down the solder, the tip as much or at all. I have the Engineer wire stripper. I must say it's something else, but I also have one made in Taiwan, less than half the price, and it's really, really close. Yeah, that's what I said. Engineer stuff individually Doesn't seem to be terribly priced, although there are much cheaper alternatives, and some of those alternatives are really good. Like these are an example. I don't own a pair of the Engineer crimpers because these have done the job for me. So, okay, this whole thing needs to come off, which means I need to unplug all the things. I think I had actually. There we go. Tool head, and this one has the extra little bumper there. And then let's actually pull the top off, and here comes Charlie. Oh, what happened? Did you get his foot?
This is like his foot.
Oh. You okay, Charlie? Okay, so that tool head is off. Use a clicky probe. Use PO9 for JST and iWis for microfit. So what do folks use for DuPont connectors? What is the best DuPont crimper you know? Because I'm going to need to do a lot of DuPont crimping on an upcoming project, and I need to find a good crimper for it. I am not happy with anything I've used for DuPont so far. I bought a DuPont kit off of Amazon, and it just came with this, and I'm not thrilled with it. So what do folks use for DuPonts? And if anybody has a suggestion that it's like you gotta have, send me a message. Get one from Tower Hobby for RC planes and cars. That's probably the good point there, Scott. My iWis were good. DuPont, these two head the iWis 3220 will do DuPont as well. They do both crimps at once. Vertical iWis. Oh, there's Charlie. He's gonna come back and visit us. Okay. So on the left tool head board, let's pull it back here. Maybe we'll do this. Left tool head board here. This is where the end stop goes. So we are going to cut some reasonable amount of wire off of here. And here's Charlie. Hey, kitty. iWis 3220. I've bought the iWis 3220. I didn't like them for JSTs and microfits, but I may need to buy them again because I returned them because I didn't like them. I may need to buy them again to try for DuPont. I'm hearing 3220s and 2549s. Unfortunately, said I have a sold. The name is worn off. Get it from a Jet RC plane hobby shop in Florida about 30 years ago. Crimps both the wire and insulation at the same time. Okay. Okay, well, let's take a second to give Charlie some attention. Put some more cat hair in the build. What do you need, Charlie? Do you just need attention? I have both, still prefer 2549 over 3220. Uh-oh. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech. Maybe it wasn't JSTs I didn't like them on. Maybe it was microfits. Okay, well, let's see what we can get done with Charlie here. There is a little wire path through here that I'm going to try to hit. I don't know. Let's see how much I can get done with a parrot on my shoulder. Okay, so I've got a, oops. Let's just go here. Or maybe, sorry about the bouncing around on our cameras. Okay, I've got these wires. There we go. So they can come in through here. And then this is gonna go right there. And then this will come up, just like the inductive probe. I'm gonna go right through there. So let's come over here. I am now a Charlie perch. Yes, Charlie. Okay. You ready to get down yet? There we go. Just one screw. Two screws. Yeah, and it triggers on the end. Okay. Ow, ow, ow. Claws. Ow. Okay, Charlie, you need to get down. That's too much claws. Wait, DuPont? Yeah, I've got a project that's going to use lots of DuPonts coming up. And it's going to be fun. Oh. I don't think he drew blood. I didn't notice that wire path on mine. Thanks for that, Steve. I'll redo it. Yeah, so then let's see if we can get a little better view here than you got. There we go. And then here, and it triggers right there. Is there a Discord of this stream? No, I don't have a Discord. I don't have the bandwidth to manage a Discord. Although I can see some advantages in having one. Hey, Mr. Joddy. Yeah, I just recently learned that RCF's cat is about 3 times Charlie's size, and I think that's actual, because I think Charlie is around 11 or 12 pounds, and Cheddar is a full block of cheddar at 35 pounds. I just use the iOS 2412 for the DuPonts. Works well enough. I'm not buying another tool. The problem with DuPonts is the insulation one, the tabs that crimp over are at an angle, and they're too wide they're truly too wide for this tool. This tool is not wide enough to crimp those, is I guess the more accurate statement. So, okay, let's get Charlie headed and move on. We gotta get more progress. So Charlie, I'm gonna just set you down. If you really want back up here, you'll let me know. I'm guessing Cheddar doesn't climb on RCF's shoulder? No. Okay. This is why we don't put the bed on yet. So now we can put the tool head back on. So I'm gonna make sure that stays there, and then that goes in there. Yeah, Cheddar blocking his buddy Cheddar Slice, aka Charlie. There we go. Careful placement, and it works well enough. I can get DuPonts to crimp with this. I'm just looking for something better, right? Okay, so that's gonna go up in there, and then we just do the same thing. We are going to figure out how much wire I want to go over to that point, and I want a little extra, so I think I'm gonna go right there. And we're just gonna strip and crimp. Maybe that view? Yeah, maybe that'll work. There are jaws especially for each kind of connector, right? But not cheap. Yes. Yes, I'm not looking to spend $300 on a crimper. Hey, Max. I'm not painting my Siamese orange. She would not like that at all. Oh, why not? Let's see, I'm trying to get my under 3 up and running after the CR touch cable broke off several pins when I was cleaning the nozzle. Ooh, ouch. So I can print my 2.4 R2 parts and put this on the shelf when I'm particularly self-loathing. Well, you can convert it to an ender wire when you have your other printer all up and running. Which lead screw motors are Teflon coated? These are from LDO. Little tight here and a little bad angle to really see it, but hi, Charlie. He's gonna go sleep. Unfortunately, he's not sleeping where I can get a camera angle on him. Okay, and there's another, there we are. Let's twist these a bit. This plugs in here, the ground, here, and here. Gonna put that in right there and then tuck those wires out of the way. There we are. Okay, X end stops are done. Step away, did we decide on a crimper? I need to go back and look at chat to see what, and then research them. So I don't know which crimper I'm gonna decide on, but I need to go see what the suggestions were later. Did you discuss tap at the beginning of the stream? Just a little bit. I've been involved with the tap development for over a year now. I did not keep up as much once it went to contributor beta testing, but I have the latest version installed on this printer here that I'm rebuilding right now. So this is my original Trident that get it. And this is what I've always had tap installed on. I had an early version installed on a V2, but then I switched over to testing on Trident because most people were testing on V2s early on. Is that a 36 or 42 can? It is the Mellow SB 2040. So the SB 2040 runs hot, and we'll find out. We're gonna find out. You can, and I have clipped those long angled legs a little shorter and use my iWis. I don't want to clip each pin though. To use tap, will I need to upgrade from CW1 plus? Yes, you will need CW2. Tap is front mount only, yep. Sanity, Steve, what helped me for DuPont was actually PA09, but crimp bare wire and insulation with the same size, else you cannot get in. Yeah, you have to, I get what you're saying there. Because housing has the same size on, yeah. So Trident or V2? What do you mean, Leonard? Hey Steve, are you going to install tap on this? No, we can't install tap on this because of the way the belt paths work, and one X belt has to pass through the carriage on the other. There isn't enough room on tap for this to happen. So this won't get tapped. This is for a Z probe. I'm going to use a Euclid on this, or at least I'm going to try. So that's the plan. Okay, let's get this back on and make some more progress. I was hoping to use my LGX with tap. I believe people are using LGX. There is a front mount adapter for LGX. Take a good look at this one. SN 2549 EDM. Let's do this. Let me just, because I'm going to forget all of these. Let's just go Amazon. And I shouldn't be logged in. Nope, I'm not logged in. SN-2549 EDM. I don't know what EDM. What is this? Is that the one you're talking about? I'll look at that. Is there an EDM version? How do you... An EDM didn't come up. Okay, I'll look that up. I will look that up later. Oops, let's just go here. Do you like Euclid more than Clicky? I like the Euclid hardware. And I haven't revisited the updates to the macros and software. But I do like the Euclid hardware. Which one to build first? Ooh. Which one to build as a first-time Voron printer? Between the two, I would recommend the Trident. See in AliExpress. Okay, I'll do some outside of Amazon searching for that, Bruno. I asked in the Discord, Steve, for that project. Can confirm that some beta testers use tap with LGX. Yep. Okay. I think that is good. So we are done with the X end stops now. So let's look into the wipers. Since we're still up here in the gantry area, let's work on the wipers. So on Tridex, on each side of the X gantry here are going to be two printed parts that come down here and have little silicone wipers to wipe the nozzle off. Because that's one of the, with any multi extruder, one of your biggest challenges is controlling ooze. So it's just the quality of the jaws, mold injections versus EDM cut. Oh, I get it. Okay, Bruno, the EDM is the way they're made. Yeah, so a little bit of questions about what tap is. So I know it's not a great, I can move this closer. So the idea is with tap is there is an optical or an optical sensor on the carriage that detects when the whole carriage moves. The whole carriage is riding on an MGN9 rail, or the tool head is riding on an MGN9 rail. And that means that you probe by actually just pushing into the bed, and that lifts the tool head and triggers the optical sensor. So you get a zero offset actual at the nozzle probing. And that's the basic idea for tap is zero offset nozzle probing. And it's just the whole thing moves. There's an optical sensor on the back that triggers when this moves up just a little bit. It doesn't even, this full movement isn't what happens. It only moves just enough for that to trigger. Does that help? And get this thing out of the way. And I need some printed parts. Went to Euclid because of the hardware. If someone in use needs boards, I have a few extra. There you go. That should stop nozzle crashes too, I would think. Yeah. As long as the thing can move and be triggered. Let me move my printer out of the way because we're going to work on some of the silicone stuff to... Oh, I lost my... Hey, Danny. Can you use tap without the PCB? There have been, I don't know what will be released, but there have been micro switch versions. Okay, so these are the wiper parts, and I like the way they print. The whole thing here is kind of neat. So a bunch of bits and pieces. Let's just put that there. Oh. Have you been part of the beta for tap? Yes, I've from the very beginning, before even Bad Noob had taken it over. I had an earlier iteration installed. Is there a URL to go read about tap? If you go to the if you go to Misadventures in Melting Plastic, there's a live stream there. Or if you go to the Discord and look at the announcements, there's a live stream. And it's not released yet. It was announced, and release is supposed to be in the next 12 days, is what Doc said. Oh, can you use the optical? Yes, you can wire up the optical sensor without a PCB. Steve, if you need any of the Euclid, I have about 10 extra sets if you would like a set. I have some. Thank you. Thank you, though. Okay. I have parts here. This is going to be the best view here. So these are the wiper parts, and we have some high temp silicone mat that we're going to cut up to install in here. So we have some heat set inserts to put in. heat set inserts to put in and some screws and go from there. I just ordered my Euclid 2. So all the other stuff still works. So I would continue and get a good working printer before you try something like tap, because it truly is. I mean, the analogy is it's AP. The assembly is the next level. You have to really pay attention to things in that assembly, and your print settings have to be on. If you're not used to doing mods and stuff, I would suggest starting with your traditional inductive probe or clicky or Euclid. Can you do a tap demo on your purple Trident at the end of the stream? It's not running. I will be doing, I'll be installing tap, assembling it and installing it on a stream. I don't know that will be next weekend's stream. I don't know that I can be ready in time, but it'll be at some point. This is the release that's installed on here. It's release candidate. Release candidate 1 is installed on here. Okay, let's switch over to heat set time. Turn the temperature down on my iron. Let's get these going. Oh, where are we at? So I don't usually, while we're waiting for the iron to heat up, you folks know, I don't usually push the subscriber like thing, but I noticed that although none of this is really related and matters at all, but it's still fun. I was born in 1976. My birthday's on the 6th, and I'm almost to 6,000 subscribers. I'm wondering if I'll hit that before my birthday. Just saying. This has been, I mean, just being at that point in, what has it been, 13, 14 months of streaming is incredible. Incredible. And it's been so fun. I'm having a blast. Okay, those inserts in. None of those are related, but there's lots of 6s there. Do you know if Tridex frame will be made available? It might. There's been some talk, but I'm using the extrusions from a 350 frame for the X direction on my build. There we go. Thomas, thanks for the gifted memberships. What is new on the Euclid 2.0? I have some idea on what's going on with Euclid 2.0, but I'm not sure what, I'm not comfortable enough to talk about it because I've only chatted with Dennis on it. Okay. Now, the community is growing. It is, absolutely. Found my niche. Oh, okay. So this assembles, and I have a screenshot. Let me see if I can pull that up. I have a screenshot from Eddie on how this goes together. So let's see if I can, oops. Put this over here. There we go. So this is what it ends up looking like. And what those are cut out pieces of the of this silicone mat. So 2.0 supports 24 volts, as I understand it. Okay. Where did I find that nice box for your heat sets? So if you go to, here, since we're already up here, if you go to printables, and let's see, I'm not logged in. So what's the easiest way to search for this? Okay, I'm gonna go way around the corner to get there, because I know I can get there quickly this way. So my less thin hex tray, and then we can go to my models, and these bin dividers for Acromills. This is what it's based on. So this is my model. So let's do here. This is my model, but if you go to remixes, Kyle in chat here did a heat set remix, and I'm gonna paste that here. So the long way around, but there you go. Okay, back to this. Tap is integrated into the hot end, probing the nozzle directly against any print surface. No Z offset to worry about. There is a Z offset. There's no probe offset. You still have to worry about a Z offset because the distance between where the probe touches the bed and where that sensor is triggered is going to be your Z offset, right? I am still using Euclid. I am still using Euclid for almost a year now in the green V2. Any news of on Switchwire R2 will happen in the future? Way future, the next thing is R1, right? Isn't Switchwire on R1? It hasn't had a revision yet. So it'd be revision 1. Nero's niche is only half reading the manual while DFH screams at his screen. Do what Canada's niche is beating on his build until the extrusions aren't straight anymore. Ouch. Okay, so we are going to cut some pieces of this silicone mat, and we're gonna make a sandwich like you see on the screen there. So in order to cut these to the right size, I printed out, and I did this right before stream. So I did it on my V0.2, and I printed a bunch of other things I'm gonna need. So a bunch of wire anchors for the electronics bay, and then these just little pieces to help measure what size we want. And I think I'm gonna cut this along here. Needed something to print during the stream? Awesome. So these are just a template, but what I'm gonna do, I think, are these the same height? These are the same, basically the same height. I'm just gonna set my ruler on here and then cut across the whole thing. Sorry for getting my head in the way. There we go. And I'm just gonna cut one strip all the way along here. There we go. One, I need 2 of this size. And then is this actually slightly shorter? It is slightly shorter. So I'm gonna, shorter by just the littlest bit. Anything about 2.4 R3? No, nothing on 2.4 R3. Okay, I'm just gonna cut a small strip off the end of this because it just needs to be a little shorter than the other one. And I'm probably gonna end up redoing this anyway, because it's, I don't know, I'm guessing it's gonna need to be different at some point. This is high temp silicone matte. Yes, I just bought it off Amazon. It wasn't, I think it was maybe $9 for a strip of it. So there's 2 of these slightly taller ones, and then 3 each of these. And they just get stacked together for each side. This stuff just cuts like butter. So there's one side, and those will stack and sandwich. Hey, Tezza. Okay, so there's those 3. Those three, and these 2. So 1 on that side, on that side. That away, that. Garrett, thanks for becoming a member. Now, I don't know which side this is, but if this goes here, and then this piece goes there. What is this? Okay, so this piece goes there, and these 3 get sandwiched in there. That goes like that. And then are there a couple of sides? Oh, that one goes over there. Then, oh, I needed 2 more of these. Oops. I cut those wrong. There's one that goes here. How thick is the mat? 1/16 inch. That goes there. And then one more goes in here. Now, how long of a screw are we gonna need here? Okay, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna cut two more pieces. They're not gonna be quite tall enough, but like I said, I'm probably gonna end up reusing or redoing these a couple of times. They're there, and there. Now, how long of a screw am I going to need for all of this? Hey, Cuddlin. What for is it? So this silicone mat is to wipe. The nozzle is going to wipe across it to knock any ooze off. So that's going to go like that. So now I need whatever length screw is going to go through all of this. So it looks like a 20. I'm thinking a 20. So this is going to go through that like that. And then thread in, oops, right here. I'm assembling the nozzle wipers, and you'll see once I get it on the printer, it'll make a lot more sense. There we go. So the nozzle will come across here and it'll wipe the bits of ooze off. Could you put this wiper on a 2.4? You would lose a lot of print area if you did that. You would lose a lot of print area. At least in the spot that these go. So now let's put together the other one. Oops. It goes like that. And this one goes like that. What were the dimensions of that cutting template? It's a printed part that Eddie sent me that I use, but I can measure it here in a second. As soon as my fingers get free. I think this goes like this. Now I may have these backwards, I'm not sure. Oh, I have 3 wham band silicone mats. I cut one of them up to do this. I'm looking for an alternative to the wire brush wiper. I don't know about the wham bam mat, but if it's 1/16 of an inch and you don't mind cutting it up, I'm sure it'll work. But it needs to be high temp. The wham bam mat might not be high temp. I'd be concerned about it being temperature tolerant enough. That's good. I have $250 to upgrade. I already have clicking, Nevermore, chamber thermistor, and nozzle scrubber. What upgrades do you recommend? Filament. Filament. If you're looking for something to do, I'd spend your money on filament. Hey, Ben. Okay, let's get the printer back up here and figure out where these go and how they attach. Oh. So here's this. And what if you tune it so it mounts into bed? Is that wiper from Eddie's Tridex? It is. I mean, we're building Eddie's Tridex. So this is gonna go right here. This mounts to the bottom of the, it mounts to the bottom of the XY joint, and it mounts with 2, so I need to replace 2 of the screws that go on the bottom here. Maybe I can show this on this side. So this is the bottom of the XY joint. This goes right here. Now, 2 of these, it just goes around the screw head. So I need to replace this, my fingers, this one and this one. So let's go ahead and that wiper, yeah, but I have like 10 rolls of ABS Plus in black and in blue. Well, 10 rolls is not nearly enough. I think I'm over 100 rolls in here, so. This one. Ten rolls is not nearly enough. So if these are 16s, then I'm sure I need to go to 20s. Yeah. So let's grab a couple of 20s. Okay, so that goes right. It should fit around, there we go. Fits around there. I want the, where'd my wrench go? Where did my wrench go? There it is. So now with that there, the nozzle comes across and let's see. Now you can see nozzle comes across and wipes. Now like I said, I was gonna need to recut these anyway to fine tune the length so it wipes across the nozzle there, but this is the idea. Then it rests on the wider, the nozzle should rest on the wider strip there just to keep the ooze from coming out, and then it wipes across these and knocks it off. How do I store 100 spools in here? I've got a bunch there. I've got my rep box and then a rep rack. And then I have a bunch in that blue cabinet there is full of them. And then behind me, I have a bunch up there. Oh, then I have some up there. Okay, so now the same thing. Grab the wrong length screw there. Same thing just goes on over here. So this one, I need a little bit of adjustment on these wipers so you can adjust the height. Yeah, I don't know what, I wonder if it would be worth, no, because it needs to be parallel. I was thinking hinge this so it can move up and down, but that's probably not a great idea. Was that an AAR CUDA model or an RC touring car? Well, it's an RC touring car, but it's a, what do you call it, vintage TA car. It's based on a RC 10 TC4, I think. The Team Associated TC4 chassis. Older chassis, very spec class that I'm sure it doesn't follow spec anymore because it's been a long time since I ran it. There we go. So now wipers are in place. They're gonna need some adjustment. I think for right now, the easiest adjustment is just make the silicone pieces a little taller. But that is that. Is there anything else up here we can do? Oh, I was thinking some slots in the silicone holder. Oh, that's a great idea. That's much easier. Much easier. Okay. Am I missing anything in the gantry? I have a vintage TA Class 70 Pontiac Trans Am on an old Yokomo MR4 TC. Awesome. 2 assembly slots on the holder and the silicone assembly slides up and down. Yeah, I like these parts though. They look good, they're functional, a little bit of adjustment and they'll be perfect. I think the next thing I want to do is set up my electronics layout. So we're going to put the DIN rails in and kind of figure out, because I honestly don't know exactly how I want this to be laid out. So let's work on that. Maybe we can do this. Maybe that'll be good enough. Sorry, I was in the house. Can those wipers be added to a normal Trident? You would lose a lot of X travel because they extend out into the build area. On a Trident, the build area is much narrower. I was joking to buy maybe a Roseworks bed and a Rapido high flow and enclosure LEDs. LEDs would be good. Roseworks, Mandela's beds are nice. And I'm using a Rapido. Rapido's a nice hot end. Longtime Voron member, been on hiatus for a good part of the year due to family, trying to get back into the hobby. Glad to see your streaming. Awesome. V2 586, right? And that's an old serial number now. Wonder if there's an easy way to retrofit to the Purge bucket brush mod and replace the brass brush. Maybe. Okay, so I did not buy new rails to go horizontally. I think I'm gonna install the same rails vertically. I'm hoping. So let's go give that a try. See what bits and pieces I'm gonna need. So I have the same rails. I think I'm gonna install them right here and here and go from there and figure out how it's gonna work. So I have my power. Where's the, figure out where my Wago connector is for the AC power, because all that's going to need to be accounted for in placement. There we go. So this piece here, oops, I lost something. Huh, that screw. So this has to go here. This can come off. And then do I have enough room to put this right here? No, I don't. That's a problem. Not sure if tap is compatible with the MRW bed though. We tested on a Whopping bed. I would imagine that the magnets are strong enough on the MRW bed, but I'm not positive. So I've got a problem here that I need to figure out. So if I maybe go down just a little bit more so we get a good view. So I have my Wago mount here for the AC wiring, and I want this to stay here. And then if I'm going to go vertically on the electronics, this mount covers my Z wiring hole. So what am I going to do to get around that? I don't know that I can do anything to get around that. I can probably remodel this to move it over. I know I can do that. I know I can get at least 10 millimeters, and that's about what I need. So I'm going to do that, and I'll have to do that off camera. So I'm just gonna install this right on the edge of the hole there, and I might even encroach on it a little bit, and then I'll remodel this piece to tuck it into the corner a little more. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I could do that, but my power inlet is right here, and I don't wanna run AC wires across. The whole point of putting this over here is because my power inlet is on this side of the skirt, and it's a real short path. I don't want to run wires over there. So I'm either reprinting this tiny little piece, or printing a new power inlet for this side. So I know I have enough room to make that fit in the existing format. I just have to remodel a piece. So that's not a big deal. So let's get moving on putting the electronics in and getting all the mounts up and all that. Those vertical Wago mounts from Kyle, wiring is quicker than remodel and print. Right, but I don't want to run AC wires across this. The whole point is to keep all the AC in a little isolated spot over here. So. There's one. I can invert it. I can do several things once I've decided to redo that Wago mount, and that's by far the easiest thing to do here. Yeah, I mean, I could mirror it this way too. Absolutely. I could mirror it. And then that would give me plenty of room as well. One way or another, I'm just gonna reprint that piece and that'll be the quick fix. Good call. There we go. Okay, now some 16s. Ended up buying 2 meters of DIN rail, real cheap from a local electrical wholesaler. I was looking for local sources for DIN rail, and I couldn't find anything here. Everybody wanted to sell me the, what do you call the big, thick C-channel stuff? That's what they thought I was talking about. Okay, now that's gonna go over there. I'm gonna mount that right there. Right on the edge of the hole for the Z wiring. Hi PJ, welcome. This. No. There and there. Unistrut, that's it, thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to remember. Unistrut, that's what they wanted to, that's all they wanted to sell me was Unistrut. And I'm like, no, it's, I can't believe you don't have any. Okay, am I somewhat straight up and down here? 105. There. What do we have? There we go. Look at some smaller electrical supply. There's one in OC, and also look at some of the small hobby stores. Yeah, I tried Ace. I tried some local just electrical supply places. None of them had anything, which was really weird. As soon as they saw it, they knew exactly what I meant. It's possible. I could have taken an example with me. One, two more. Okay. Oops. There we go. Two. One, two, three, and I need one more. Let's see, where are we at? There we go. You need a commercial installer, electrical contractor. Everyone else just uses prefab cabinets. I'll leave these loose so I can shift them around. And then, this is going to want to be shifted quite a bit, so. There, and there. Go. Okay. For DIN rail, you really need an electrical wholesale. Yeah, I was trying some local electrical wholesale. We have some places in downtown Sacramento I went over to. That's exactly what I would have expected to have found there, but there we go. But no dice. I just DM'd you on Discord. I have that 90-degree Wago mount, but the orientation you need, I think. I swear. Yeah, you originally got it from me. I modeled that, so. Okay, let's put these little spacers right in the middle. And that's where we're gonna start. So now we need to get all of our electronics and start placing it here and move them around and see what makes sense. So right away, I want to put my power supply over here. So let's grab that. And I want the AC side down. So we're gonna go there. So nice little UHP power supply. This is, I don't know what this went to. I'll have to redo those wires, I'm sure. And then I need to find, I have a bunch of things, electronics mounts to put together. So where are they? Nothing there. So we have the mellow board and the Pi. So we can throw the Pi just randomly on here, figure out where it's gonna go. probably towards the front, so my display cable will be a good route. The one I sent has a single on the bottom as the print. So Chris, originally when I sent those out, I actually had it mirrored, and I had to fix it for the other side. So my original model is actually mirrored. The one that is out there is, well, the original model is what it is. The one that's out there is mirrored from it. Hey, Sean. Yes, we are making lots of progress, but now I need to find bits and pieces because I have all the parts, all the mounts printed. I just gotta figure out where I put them. Just gotta figure out, they've gotta be in this bin. So let's swap around. There we go. Fly Super 8. And USB to CAN mount. I got more pieces. Oh. There they are. The 3 pieces I think I need are right there. Love how now you have a lot of space. You go for the smallest PSU. This is true. This is very true. Well, it's always an opportunity. If I need to, I can grab that that power supply and use it somewhere else. Okay, so this is the U2C adapter. This one works with both the Mellow. It's the same mounting pattern for the Mellow or the Big Tree Tech one. Okay, and oh. All these go in. Start looking at the controllers. So we won't get to any powering on or configuring today. Like I said, today's kind of going to be scatterbrain, just kind of bouncing around the printer, getting progress, right? This is what I meant as Wago mounts on DIN rail. Let's see. Oops. Oh yeah, I've seen those. Those are nice. Kyle did a good job with those. What board are you running on this, Steve? I didn't need UTC with my Octopus. So I'm running a, Mellow provided the SB2040 tool head boards. But since I haven't had any experience in the Mellow series of boards, I decided to order the I think I ordered the UTC and the Fly 8 Mellow board off AliExpress to use in the build. So I have these. So this is the, it doesn't really say anything here, but this is the Fly 8 board. It's got bunches of things. I'll have to look at this. Here, let's move this out of the way and look at the board. Let's get a better look at the board. Okay, mellow. I'll say I've thoroughly enjoyed these streams of the Tridex build. I've decided to go do on my own. Awesome. Glad to hear that, Carbon. Eric with a K. My friend's name is spelled with a K as well. Is there an interest to move something else than Pi board? Well, I'm going to use a Pi 4 on this because I have it. But if you saw the solid fork build, I used the Maker Base board that has an alternate Pi built in. So there's lots of interest just because of the supply issues with Pi. You can run it through Octopus, but it has its issues, like every communication is then over CAN, even if it is to the Octopus MCU, creates issues with slowness and MCU timeouts. That's good to know. Okay, I've opened this to see that the board's here, but I've not actually looked to see what's included. So let's set these things aside and a USB-C cable. And let's pull the board out itself. SB2040 was my first CAN install. Ended up using a great guide from Team FDM. Okay, so here is our Fly Super 8 board. Mello does this thing where they give you all the connectors and they just put them in the spot. I guess that's an easy way to package it and make sure that you're not missing any. But you have to pull them all out then. We've got power along the end, and we'll have to populate our fuses. This does have Wi-Fi capability, so I think you could probably run rep firmware on it. Pi shortage should end early next year. That would be nice. That would be really nice. Okay, let me get my glasses on so I can actually see what's written on here. How well is this thing labeled? We've got numbers 1 through 10, but what are they? Can't tell on the top, but they are well labeled on the bottom. Bed out, power. So drive power 3 through 7 and drive power 0 through 2. And then power for the board and heaters and fans, and power for the bed. And then bed out. So we have lots of power in here. Do we need to make a bunch of jumper cables to feed it all from the same power supply? Here's what I'm gonna do while I'm sitting here though, is I try to do this on every board, is I take a red marker and I just put a little bit of red on the top of the positive. Sharpie should be on my list of must-have bench tools. I use Sharpies all the time. There we go. Pi 4 gig are on shelf stock in Australia now. Nice. There's also a great document describing issues and workarounds. Yeah, I've seen that document, going to use that document. What else do we know about this board? Should have been a sticker in the box to put on the yellow cover that shows each terminal. Awesome. There is. Good job. Thanks, Scott. So, keeping here, we have got fan. Okay, so everything is pretty well labeled on the bottom. Not much, but the drives are labeled on the top. At least it's, I can't see. Oh, we got a bunch of heater outputs here too. But the bottom, so we have all our fans here. So we have 8, 9? We have 10 fan outputs. All of these are fan outputs. And all of them, there are, looks like they might share MOSFETs, or they're little, Mello uses little plug-in MOSFET drivers, so you can replace them if you blow them. I don't know what that is. There's a little label that Scott was talking about. But they use these little plug-in modules with apparently a bent pin. And how do they actually plug in here? Is there a direction? They're not keyed. So what if I plug this in backwards? Would that be a bad thing? They plug in like that. Where's the CAN connector? This is labeled CAN. This 4-pin connector here is labeled CAN. And we have 5 volts ground, CAN low and CAN high there on that connector. I don't know what this is. This little adapter. Hey, Bruno. Non-directional. Oh, okay. That's good to know. There is, I mean, I need to go out to their website and look up any documentation on this before we really get into it. But the purpose today is to get this mounted on these and laid out in the electronics. What is that thing? That's a ADC 5. And what is that? Oh, that's just voltage. That's just a voltage connector there. Accelerometer. ST-Link. Interesting. Let's see what they have for their documentation. Let's go to their documentation page. Look under the JST connectors on the drivers. The position should be just under the connector. Look under the JST connectors on the drivers. The position should be just under the connector. I don't know the position. I know these are labeled well. The stepper drivers, and it's nicely labeled, just drive 0 through drive 7. That is the USB to CAN connector? Okay. Well, let's go to their documentation page. Let's see what they have out there. Let's go over here. The same, is this the page? Here we go. Nope. This one. Let's bring this back up. I think we can go to the fly clipper docs. Nope. Okay, that's fun. How do I get back to the... Maybe let's just go here. Nope. Here. Oh, well, that's kind of tough. Okay, on mine the screen printing was down a little bit and not visible looking straight on from the front. Oh, okay, I see. How do I get back to my... This website is for the birds. No offense to any birds out there. How do I get back to the Mello docs? I'm just getting errors now. Is their site down for anybody else? Or is this just me? Let's go. Mello Fly 8 GitHub. I know their GitHub is garbage. They don't put any info out here aside from the schematic. They have a schematic here, but not any real info. But I thought they might have their a link to their website. You get the same error? Ah, perfect timing. Okay, so it's not just me. I'm not gonna go through the trouble of trying to get there. We will be covering more of that next stream. So we will cover more of the capabilities and what the different bits and pieces are in here when we actually start using this though. For right now, we're gonna put the mounts on here and continue with working on layout. And I guess this thing goes right there, huh? And making sure it's in the right orientation, but that's nice. That's a nice little touch. I still like marking my positives. Okay, looks like they're down, so I'm not going to worry about it. We're gonna keep that out. We're gonna put all this stuff back in here, because I don't think we need any of that right now. What is the model number and name of the board? It is the Mellow Superfly 8. It's Superfly. I don't know if it's Superfly yet. To be determined. Superfly. Might as well just grab the whole thing. Hand cut sticker, yeah. I noticed that. I'm gonna trim it. Hey, Golden Jaguar, welcome. So I may flip these around as well, but we'll get this started. I just Googled Mellow does have a oh, they have a YouTube on setup? Nice. I'll have to watch that. Okay. Where are we at? How are we doing? Am I retaining the people? Oh yeah. Yeah, we got a good amount here, over 250. It's amazing. Ironic, after the website was noted as down, my internet went down right after. Oops. I'd like to see more rapid 3D print prototype with Fusion 360. Anybody know a good channel for that? I'm not sure. Okay, so that, and we'll need one more of these for the U2C. Okay, where is the U2C? Oh, we've got drivers. I can plug the drivers in. So when I bought the board on AliExpress, I went ahead and bought their 8-pack of drivers. So we will go ahead. Oops. I'm not gonna plug those in yet because I need to look up any changes I need to make to jumpers. So I was gonna put those in, but I think I'm not going to yet. Let's put that all back. But I have 2209s for it, so yeah. So that's the board. Usually notice when I'm watching Steve or Nero, wife notices streaming Stargate. This, I believe, is the, yeah, this is the UTC 3-3. UTOC Now, Big Tree Tech names it U2C. And this is the bigger version with the extra USB port, but I don't know that it really matters. And I also noticed that they left the extra piece of the board here. I think that would just break off, and I'm not gonna bother with it. And once again, they leave the connectors on there. So we have 4 different CAN connectors. And then what is this? Another MOSFET board for some reason. This is the USB to CAN adapter. So once again, I may have to flip this around depending on how things lay out in the electronics, and if I want to make sure I can reach the disconnect lever from the same side on all things. But I have enough room under there, it probably doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly, option. U2C-3 is what I have here. There's a link to the documentation for the Fly Super 8 board on Mello's AliExpress store. Yep, but their website, at least when we were checking it just a second ago, went down. Is it working for you, Bjornar? Because I think the site I was on is the same thing that's linked from their AliExpress store. Okay, so that is mounted, and we're going to ditch that, and we'll leave our little accessories in the box they came in. So now, I think we're good to bring the printer back up here. It's still down. Okay, we're not going to worry about it then, because it's not really important. Just something else to talk about is all. It's not to the site that I tried? Interesting. Oh. Hey, DJ Natty. There we go. Make sure we're not pinching any wires. U2C I dislike. They swapped the connections on the board, as in polarity, for the 24 volt and CAN signals. The V1 part, okay. Here, let's, just for fun, Bjorn said that the site on their AliExpress store is working. Let's see what it links to. You sent the link on Discord. Hey, that's even better. Let me see. Oh, lots of link to Fly Super 8 documentation. Whoa, what is this? What is this page? Team Gloomy. That's github.io. What is that? Here, this is the link we've got. Let's see what happens. Oh, different. This is totally different. Is anybody else familiar with this? I was not aware of this page. Is this a Voron 2.4 dual head? This is a Voron Trident dual head, affectionately known as Tridex. The Mello doc team hasn't gotten to rewriting the Fly Super 8 yet on the Mello GitHub site. board fuses. This will be good to know. Thank you, Bjorn. I'll look at this closer later. That's the page for RepRap firmware, but it's probably got some good general information. I'll look at it a little closer, and we'll cover documentation and where to get information more when we actually set this up. So this is going to have to go over here. There we go. That is not wanting to. Wow. That is really tight. I'm not going to force it on yet because we're just playing around with layout. I could probably do something like this, although this might want to go over here. Wow, I've got my print settings for these DIN clips must be off because they are really tight to put on. So I'm gonna have to fix that. And then one more thing that we need to figure. So this is gonna have to go over here. Although I might move this up and put it right there close to the bed outlet. Team Gloomy is RepRap firmware stuff, okay. But it has all the pins and stuff. Just arrived at the Bay Area Aquarium? Awesome. That's a fun place. Have fun, John. Why are these so tight? Let me see, do I have some, let me do some checking on these parts. I don't have any significant, they are over extruded. They're definitely over extruded. So that's probably all that's going on. Yeah, these are way tight. Wow, that's not just over extruded tight. Maybe it is. Maybe it's from this side. Wow. It's still too tight to get on there. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Okay. Power here to here. And then there's a USB that goes from here to here, but then it also, well, we're gonna have CAN coming from both sides. Yeah, it might be, you're probably right there, Nick. I'm not gonna even force that on. But this is gonna be the general layout. What do you guys think? Is there anything that I should be concerned about here? I mean, DC power is over here. All my AC is still in this little quadrant. Could be the DIN rail. Well, I mean, my other stuff fits. It's super tight. Yeah, that barely went on there. Give it some hot air. Can duet boards run Clipper? Yes. I'm running Clipper on my Duet 2 Wi-Fi on my Green V2. Yeah, that's just not going on. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. This one went on fine. I'll fix that off stream in between. Yeah, it's tight over here too. So I'll have to tweak that. Where are we at? 2.5 hours. Okay, let's start looking at other things. So I wanted to get this kind of figured out. There's some tweaks I need to make. I mean, this isn't going to be your typical build, right? This is a lot of things that need to be kind of figured out as you're building. So this is just how these go. Just get those tucked out of the way. And this one needs to be tweaked. That's gonna hold there, that's there. And then this piece we're going to mirror, and mirrored, it fits just fine. Fits very well, actually. Okay. Back from dinner, it's lunchtime. Has Eddie published his wiring layout? I don't think so, and I think it's going to be very dependent on your particular setup. So I don't mind. I mean, this is going to be wiring from scratch. Yeah, this is just the typical. This isn't a spec computer or printer. So kind of, this is how, I mean, if I wasn't on camera, this is what I'd be doing. I'd be putting things in place and kind of visualizing, where do I go next? So now I wasn't anticipating not being able to click the DIN rails, the DIN stuff on. Maybe I can take a file. Take a file and loosen it up. (8:40 p.m.) Just try to get this on here. I'll click, just press, it'll click, just press hard enough. Yeah, it's quite a ways off. It is quite, there we go. Quite a ways off. I don't think I want it right there. I think I want the pie up here, and all my steppers are coming from all over the place, so it doesn't really matter where they go in here. And then the other thought is, do I want to just get new DIN rails and put them in the typical layout? And would that clean things up quite a bit? Is it worth getting new DIN rails to clean up the layout? Because I'm not 100% thrilled with this. Are you installing some raceway channels for the cables? I don't have any, but I might. I might print some, or I might buy some. I might buy some longer rails to go this way, because then it'll feel, at least it'll feel more correct for me. We'll see. Let's move on to something else. Let's practice our scatterbrainness and move on to the next thing. So we have electronics in place. There's a few things that need to be done. We have the wipers in place. We need to finish up all of our end stops. So let's go ahead, and I have the Y end stops here. I need to put a connector on them, so let's do that. Yeah, there's much less wiring with the canned stuff. So let me take these and cut these to the same length. Eclipse, thanks for gifting the memberships. So, oh, we gotta move this back in the spot. Awesome. So I'm gonna put a couple of microfit connectors on these. I'm gonna put microfit connectors on the stepper wires. Then I'm gonna put them all, we're gonna tuck all of the connectors for these up behind this stepper. So let's start that. Making progress. Making progress. Couple of 2-pins for the end stops, and then we'll use 4 pins obviously for the steppers. I don't want the connectors down here in the middle, so I'm gonna tuck them up in here. Okay, let's just get going. One, 2, what do we got? The dual stealth burners look really cool. Yeah, and they're here on the back. I mean, this, yeah, it'll be nice. We're gonna cover, we'll look at can wiring as well a little bit today. I don't have anything actually prepared to run wires, but I wanna see what your thoughts are on my plan for how to run the wires. Only 24 likes. No, refresh. There's more than 24 likes. There's actually quite a few. That's a good percentage. Okay. There, and then I'm gonna take this and I'm just gonna twist it. I'm gonna form a twist in there, so I basically effectively have one wire here now that'll be a little easier to loop in here. So this will probably loop around like that, and then the connector, and then they'll all come down the side here. Little count on mobile doesn't auto refresh. It doesn't auto refresh on desktop a lot either. It's a nice day out there. Feeling pretty comfortable now that I have the door open. Where's Charlie? Is Charlie even in here? He's not. Oh, there he is. He's sleeping. Okay, that one, and then this side. Do these real quick. I gotta get more crimping in to make the shirt worth it. Okay, and this one. What do we got here? I missed something. Colin, thanks for gifting memberships. No love for Charlie today. Where's his cam? Well, I guess I probably could if we ignore the mess. Ignore the mess. Let's see how this works. Let's see. Maybe I can get this close enough that the mess isn't evident. Let's see how that does. There we are. That's not too bad. There you go. Is that better? Does he not run out even with the door open, Charlie? Oh, I leave the door. I have a screen on this door, so he can't get out. The other door stays closed. Barnyard, are you planning drag chain, one from each side, or umbilical? The plan is umbilical, at least to start. I have no idea what else might be in that picture. I think everything's okay. Yeah. Although there's something over there that reminds me. Has anybody ever printed with the Hatchbox paint-free ABS? Hatchbox paint-free ABS. Have you seen it? It's expensive. It's really expensive for what it is, but it's neat. Mess is my first, middle, and last name. Yes. I have a mess. Hatchbox paint-free ABS. Let's see. Okay, how do I want? I want a good amount. I don't like cutting connectors too short, so I think that's probably a good amount right there. Paint-free, never seen that. Cringe. Cut. Wince. Here, paint-free. Hatchbox paint-free ABS. We go over here. Actually, let's start in, this window. We'll use this one. So paint-free, I think, is a marketing term that they use, and meaning that you don't necessarily, they feel like you don't need to paint it for it to look good. I think it's kind of a dumb marketing, but this stuff here. Hey, Andre. So I think the whole thing here is smooth, paint-free. Save time and money while avoiding toxic vapors with a filament that only requires minimal finishing. Whatever. What caught my eye is they make this gold. And I was looking for a gold filament. And it's a pretty good looking gold, so I bought some. And I've printed some stuff. Where did I put those? I don't know if this, here, let's try this one. Look at that. That is a pretty amazing gold, don't you think? For a gold filament, that is pretty amazing. Now, it bridges terribly. I printed these with 100% fan. They still seem strong. But yeah, look at that gold. Here, let me see. Here, you say V0.2 part. Let's just go with it. So you can see down there in the screw holes that bridging was terrible. But Otherwise, it printed pretty good. And even at 100% fan, I mean, I'm not getting any cracking from that. So layer adhesion is fine. It's ABS. It's ABS. I have a plan for the parts. I have a plan. But okay, back to little aside. I was playing with that and I thought it was interesting. Okay, back here. We are going to do more crimping because this shirt says crimping ain't easy, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Their mint green ABS print's great. Link, please. I can send you a link to this. Hold on. Here you go, NH3D. That is the Amazon link to the stuff. So this, if you don't know, this shirt is from Nero 3D. It's from his store. So the crimping ain't easy. If you go out to his channel, you'll see his links to his store. Oh, I have to wear my magnifiers when crimping this stuff. I'm working with this stuff. Okay, I am going to keep the same color sequence. So blue, red, green, black. Blue, red, green, black. Just like that. I just got my Tridex homing tonight. So many stepper wires to crimp. Yeah. Have you thought about affiliate links for Amazon? I have an affiliate account. I have not done a great job of actually setting it up because I don't know. I need to set it up because it's there and there's no reason not to, but I just haven't done it. I do have, I'm set up with them though. So those parts are for a V0.2. That is probably not going to be the next V0 content on my channel though, but there will be some V0 content coming up. And there. Do you crimp the shield pins first and then the core contacts, or the other way around? The contact first and then the shield. Pin housings. So now I'm gonna go in here and we're gonna go blue, red, green, black. Blue, red, green, black. And maybe some tweezers to help them in. There we go. And making sure they're all fully seated, and there's one. One done. And then that's just gonna tuck up in here And then we're gonna cut this one to the same length. And wince, because I always hate cutting wires. Is it too short? I hope not. Just wait, Amazon sends you a bill for advertising when someone purchases through an affiliate link. Mine ends up being $8 to $10 a month more than my commissions. Oh, that's awesome. That sounds perfect. They end up sending you a bill for advertising? That's funny. I haven't gotten anything yet. I haven't sold anything either. I do have links. The laser, the Oturo laser cutter, that's an Amazon affiliate link on that video. That's the only thing I have out there right now. How does the size of this machine work? Is it just a standard Trident with an added tool head? It's not. I started with a 250 Trident, but I had a 350 frame, so I made it 350 wide and 250 deep. And then I'm gonna end up with about 210 to 220 millimeters of X travel on that. Bruno, hey Steve, now that I'm seeing you with the microfit, can I ask you something on Discord? Sure. I won't be able to answer it until after I get off stream, but sure, absolutely. Is it hard going from tinted glasses to the clear ones? No. And this is just a blue light filter on these. That's all that's on my regular glasses. You have to sell a bunch before you get anything from Amazon. Yeah, that's why I haven't been, it's set up just for, because it's there, but I haven't been really motivated to do any actual things. Bruno, well, on the Voron Discord, I'm the Steve with a red name. On the Voron Discord, I'm the Steve with a red name. Okay. Is Charlie still asleep? Nope. Blue, red, green, black. I pay attention to that even as crimping. So I'm crimping all of the terminals in the same relative orientation, so I don't have to twist one wire more than another, which keeps the wires a little cleaner because they don't naturally try to move out of place. They naturally stay in line with each other. So if you crimp them all in the same relative orientation, it'll be easier to get them all into the connector. Yeah, Charlie's actually snoring right now. Charlie snores. I can hear it. It's too faint to come up on the mic, but I was going to say look for Charlie on Voron Discord and you'll find the real Steve. Okay, blue, red, green, black. And one more. Red. There we go, make sure they're all the way in, and that side is done. What do we got? Can I work him too hard? Probably easier than. Hey, Scott, what is going on with the Death Racer? I'm seeing your updates. Are you totally remodeling it? Is that what's going on there? RCF's cat looks like it ate 4 Charlies. Yes, at least 3. That is a chunky cat. Okay, now we gotta go this side. So how long did I make these? Because I want to make this about consistent. So let's cut this out to about 125 millimeters. Wince. My idea if Eddie's modifying tap to work, any idea? Right now, I don't think so. I think the right now it's just trying to get Tridex documented and everything, but I don't want to totally speak for Eddie. Just a body and playing around with some drive stuff. So my my Death Racer Earth found, I either drove up on someone else's tracks and flipped over, or like on the when we were pushing the box around, I was the one that got under it, right under there, and got the whole thing stuck. So that naturally knocked the head off, so it put me out for the count. But as far as I can tell, mine's all ABS, and everything held up. For what it did, it held up well. All ABS except for the TPU. Tracks, of course. Uh-oh. YouTube is not receiving enough video. Do I need to move around more? Glitching? I turned my bitrate down. Oh, hey, Charlie's awake. There we go. He's gonna move around, so. Too many late night collaboration with Nick at Polymaker and ended up with ideas that do not need to be thought of. Is there a dip in the stream? Yeah, it's saying it's still a little funky. Are we still around? It fixed itself? The heart and intent of the Death Racer is not changing? Good. Anyway, I feel like mine fared pretty well as far as for being printed fully out of ABS. I think it did well. Blue, red, green, black. Okay. Is there a reason why you don't use self-adjusting wire strippers? I've been using them for 15 years and I'm never going back. I like the feel of the of manual. I know exactly what I'm putting. I don't know. This is just what I'm used to. Instead of, you're thinking like the ratcheting that have a tension adjustment or whatever. I like the feel of these. And it might be that I've just not used a good set of other crimpers. Yeah, lots of glasses changes. The problem is really good sets of crimpers are not anywhere near cheap and not affordable at the hobby level. The truly good stuff. The 3 I had there were a mix of ABS, ASA, and PLA. Nothing broke on any of them. Yeah, that's why I read you saying on Facebook. I have a hard time with self-adjusting and PTFE insulation. The auto-adjusting wire strippers nick the wires, which causes failures down the line. Oh, wire strippers. Wire strippers, same thing. I like the feel of these. And yeah, I don't like the grabbing onto the insulation. I did check out Knipix at SEMA and talk to them about what strippers they recommend for 24 gauge PTFE insulation. And they have one that I'm gonna buy and check out because it's not too bad. They're about $45, I think, on Amazon right now. I just need to get them ordered. They're on my list. We should do some crash testing of various filaments, how much speed each can handle for front or side impact. Can we paint, we need to print up the drivers in the crash test dummy colors then, right? Okay, we are getting closer. Blue, red, green, black. Oh crap. I have a male pin in there. That sucks. Let's see how much of this I can salvage. I had a male pin in there and I didn't notice it. There we go. That wire will just be slightly shorter than the rest. Okay. Blue, red, green, black. There we go. Let's twist this up a little better. Is Knipix Precision Strippers, paid $129 on Amazon. Yeah, I saw them for $122 the other day. I know some people who use those and they like them. But that's a lot, 100 plus for wire strippers. And even these engineers, I think these were 30. I'll let Charlie out real quick. Put the camera back. Okay, go. Oh, what are we at? Oh, we got bots. Well, it's about time. Start talking wire strippers and the sex bots show up. I use a $20 Rated Shack auto adjusting strippers, works like a charm, 20 years. Have you used them with PTFE wire though? PTFE is a whole other, PTFE is annoying actually, just from how slick it is. Okay, where are we at? And one more crimp. And then we got a billion more before we're done with the printer. Okay, one more connector, blue, red, green, black. Twist this up a little bit better. There we go. Okay, catch up with chat. Reported bot, because everyone is talking about strippers. I think when the Tic Tac Pew Pew is done, I'll start reprinting parts for the Mini in ABS. We got 6 genuine Molex crimpers and 3 JST crimpers, and they're worth every penny. I bet they are, but if you're doing this enough, that definitely worth it. Yeah, they were waiting for me to, well, they were waiting for me to let Charlie out too. That's when they came in. Hey, Ravenous. A good but an expensive set is Ideal Tool Strip Master. They cut fiberglass pretty well, but you have to check on sizes if they can handle 26, yeah. Should I just buy one of those pneumatic crimper stations? Okay, where can we go from here? Probably not too far. Nice, what are we at? 3 hours now? We got a little bit longer. I want to make whatever other progress we can make. These are going to go up kind of like this, and just the coiled wire is going to get tucked in to this little cavity, and the wire is going to come down the side. I haven't figured out what I'm going to do for mounting the umbilicals here. But for the wiring, what I'm thinking is, here, let me get some of this stuff out of the way so I don't spill microfit stuff all over. Okay. What I'm thinking for the tool head wires is from the back, the PTFE tube is going to come in at the normal spot, but I'm going to make one that has 2 inlets, and then I think I'm going to take the mellow boards come with a pre-crimped custom connector. So it's this big old harness, but it has this custom connector, which is a DuPont style, but it's 2mm pitch, and then it's a XT30, I think is what they say. It's an XT30 for power, and it's all pre-done here. Now you can buy these on AliExpress. I don't know if you can get them on Amazon, but you can buy this connector, which is good. But I'm going to just use their wire at this point because they have that connector, that custom connector. So let's see, and they give you a ton of it. So it's 18 gauge silicone wire for power, and it looks like 26 or 28 gauge PTFE or similar for the CAN signal wires. But what I'm thinking, XT30 2+2, that's what it's actually called. Let's see if we can get, here we are. And I need my, so this is mock-up and thought time, not necessarily actual build time. I'm thinking of taking some of this split loom stuff, and I'm gonna put some of this on here just to help. Hey, Cheetah Kid. I'm gonna put some of this on here just to help visualize and figure out. There we go. And I might use a different wire loom or something, but this'll give us an idea of what I'm thinking. And if those with experience have any reason why this might be a bad idea, I'd appreciate it. Let's see if the sex box returned because Charlie wants back in. So let me let him in. Okay, nope, they didn't return. Do you guys run fan cooling when printing ABS or ASA inside? Absolutely. So you've got a warm chamber, you can get away with some fan. Thought you would do spiral wrap. I like the split stuff. This cloth split stuff is pretty nice. I don't know if it's the right choice for what we're doing here, but mostly I want to just kind of get this mocked up, which means just doing enough of this. I'm not going to do this whole length because this can be kind of tedious, and I'm sure it's riveting watching me struggle with getting it inside here. I just want to get a couple of feet of it, is the hope. Spiral wrap tends to twist the wires too much, okay. Yeah, this stuff it's a cloth, it's split. And it's just, you just kind of work it along. And I'm not cutting it to the length I need because I don't know what length I need yet, but I'm mostly just kind of figuring out what is this going to look like. How is this going to work? And am I going to need to use like the PTFE tube for support, or is it going to be self-supporting? You won't twist those signal wires or later during the actual build? During the actual build, Sanity. I think we've got at least one more stream of just wiring and getting it, and then probably flash firmware. And then the last stream will be actually configuring. And hopefully, if Eddie has time, I'll have him on here. I will twist the signal wires. This is just mock-up stuff right now. Just mocking things up. Okay, that's probably enough length. Where is, oh, Charlie's doing his thing. Okay, this is pretty floppy, so I don't know how well this is gonna work. But if we took this now, this is almost too much wire, it's a little unwieldy. Yeah, this is very, very floppy. This would plug into the back of the tool head and get secured, but I was thinking of taking it to the back right along the top of the channel. Let me see. Let me get some other stuff here to continue the mock-up. Okay. And maybe a zip tie. Maybe a zip tie. Where did I put my zip ties? Over here. This will get it kind of mocked up. So let's picture that the PTFE tube for this comes in from the back. And we're gonna maybe zip tie that, and this is gonna come in from the same spot then. We're just gonna something like that. That makes sense? And then maybe this comes through, and I might even be able to just anchor that to the, get this all over here. Let's see what I'm missing. Where did you get the orange Trident frame? This is a early production frame from LDO. So let's see if we can get up in here. Let's try right like that. Maybe that helps. Yeah, this is the printer I built over a year ago on stream. This is the first printer I built on stream, on YouTube stream. Oh, okay, hi Charlie. For the length you were running, it shouldn't pick up enough interference. If it was 10 meters, it would need twisting. Probably not gonna hurt to twist it though. Okay, so I don't know if you can see, but I'm gonna have the panel back here. So picture the panel and the PTFE going through it at an angle. And then the can wires, I was gonna run inside still to keep all the wires inside, and then down the extrusion into the bottom over here. So now if I move this around, that wire is too floppy. So what if I temporarily zip tie that? What if I anchor it somehow? Maybe not zip ties, but maybe something. If I anchor it to the PTFE to give the wire. Hi Charlie, why are you over there? What if I did something like this? Just loose and have it follow the general path. This would probably come over here and be anchored there, so it, maybe something like that. What do we think? Am I doing okay? You can use one of 2020 clips with zip tie. Yeah, that's what I was thinking here, is along here, do the 2020 clips, and then down inside the extrusion. And I could run, like you're saying there, Leo, I can maybe run maybe some nylon filament through here or something. Oh, shoot. I guess he's deciding that my shoulders is where he wants to be. Yeah, like what Prusa does, but maybe something like that. And then I'd have to get both of them going there to see what path it needs to go. Hi, Charlie. We've got one more thing that I want to get on here and mock up today before we're finished. So we're not done. We got one more thing. But this helps to get the this wiring in place and get the tool heads actually moving. This is good. If you put the PTFE in the wrapping, it will stiffen, but I don't want it to stiffen too much. I still need things to move freely. Remember, it's gonna have a top panel on here too. So it's definitely gonna rub against the panel, but that's okay. It doesn't bother me. Search Bowden Tube Guide on Team FDM. Yeah, I won't be searching on Team FDM. I'll find it elsewhere. Charlie, you're a pain. I'm using a shielded 4-core cable for my CAN bus solution. The problem with right now is I don't have any extras of those connectors. So I want to use the wire that came with it. There you go. Does the claws hurt? No, not too bad. He has his claws, but I try to keep him somewhat yes, Jeremy, you're on the right track there. You're on the right track. So I'm not gonna go into it, but you're on the right track. Okay, this gives me something to look at and to move forward with. What are you doing, Charlie? There's nothing over there for you. He's trying to stand in the sun. Oh, it's been mentioned, Chris. It's been mentioned. Hey, Ricky B. Coming soon, Trident hats. Okay, next thing I want to do. So I know we're hitting bits and pieces here. This is just the build process, right? It's not a build that's all like everything goes this way. It's not like I know exactly how I'm going to build a Trident or a 2.4 or a V0 or whatever. This is kind of figuring things out, which is fun. But it also means that I can't just do everything and finalize things. So it's going to be a little, like I said, it's going to be a little scatterbrained today. But let's move on to the next thing that I need to figure out. So Z-probe. So we have our X end stops, we have our Y end stops all sorted. Now let's sort out, or at least start to sort out our Z-probe. So I am planning on using a Euclid. I think I'm going to start with the mount back here. I'm going to start with the mount back here, and I've got a mount setup that I had printed prior. So this whole setup here with the thing. Now this bolts right here to the longer bolts into the B drive. So let's get that set up. Let's see if everything lines up. I got IGUS CAN bus purple wire, extremely stiff. Was not happy. Do you know an alternative that has power and signal from any vendor? The same way like you are mocking it up now. I don't, and that's part of the thing. Now I think IGUS makes some other stuff. I think there's a green wire that some people are using, but I'm not familiar with their lineup. Okay, M3x16. So we swapped these 10mm bolts out for 16s, and then this should just bolt up into here. So this is I don't even know if this is the latest version, but this is one I had printed out a while back. Is CAN bus worth it? Is there any known problems with it? There's lots of known things to consider. I don't know that I would call them problems per se, but CAN bus is still relatively new. I don't think I'm hitting the spot there. And gray too, there's other, yeah. Okay. Not hitting the spot, so that one's going to be more difficult to get in. So let's see. I guess I'm relying on the spacing being all the same here too. Let's find out. It's not going in. Why isn't it going in? Yeah, that's clear. It's clearer than that one. Can is a double-edged sword. It reduces wiring, but increases the software complexity, but decreases the assembly complexity, right? Okay, why isn't that going? Oh, because I need a longer bolt. That's why. I need a 30 for that one. Oh. There we go. Because I had the wrong length of bolt. So this bolts onto the bottom here. There we go. Now that's nice and sturdy. CAN bus is being used in industrial installations and cars for 20 years. Yes, absolutely. It's a proven technology. Now, our implementation of it in 3D printing is relatively new. How's Euclid gonna work? Will you have two probes, one on each head? No, you only probe with the left tool head, tool 0. You only probe with that one. You nozzle probe with both, so you get your Z offsets that I think are separate for the two tool heads. But the mesh and everything is just done, and Z tilt is just done with one tool head. So you still need a nozzle probe in order to set your Z offsets for your two tool heads. I did try silicone tubing before I got the cable. That worked for a good while. Gave the wire enough support until I found the 4-core cable. Okay. What CAN board do you guys recommend? I'm not prepared to give any recommendations because I've not used any of them. This is my first foray into CAN. Hey, Pex Peppers. Charlie, you are a piece of work. You go down there. Okay, Euclid dock is in place, and it puts it back here out of the way. Although it's easy to get out of the way on a Tridex. Now we need to pull this tool head again. So let's unplug all of this. And then pull the tool head off. Using UTC with 4 EB36 over CAN works fine and reliable. Nice. Wave share with EB36 works great. Is wave share the Pi hat version? Is that the hat version that plugs into the top of a Pi? I have one of those, but I haven't tried it. Talking about IDEX, have you guys seen the Dueling Zero? Yes. That is interesting. It's cool. It's refreshing seeing someone using an umbilical wire loom instead of chains. Chains are fine, but a change in approach is nice. I am very much a chains person. Ask Eddie. This will be my first real try into the umbilical arena. Okay, I gotta pull this all the way apart. Using the inbuilt cannon and BTT octopus as possible. Yes, but I hear with some potential issues. Okay, so that is fully apart. Now we need to take the, wherever it went. So I'm using the Omron, basically, adapter. And this is gonna just bolt up here just like any other sensor. So I need to find my, find this, and I'm gonna have to extend this wire. So we're gonna take this apart and make a new harness wire for this. Okay. So there's that, and I need that piece, and let's take this apart. And while doing this, I'll do my best at audience retention here, even though it's his back. Get that. Okay. So I'm taking the little probe adapter here apart because I need a longer wire. This wire. I use this in another printer. I need to just make a new setup here. Toxic, stupid question. Mantis won't work with IDEX. Why? All you need is the correct number of drivers. If you have enough drivers, you can make it work. Ooh, gotta scrape there somehow. Okay, maybe. Nope, I almost sneezed again. PTFE wire. Whew. I don't know if I'm capable of sneezing on camera. It's probably a good thing. Let's see, where is some? Here we go. That'll be enough wire. I mean, the Mantis tool head drives are not the point. The Mantis. Oh, the tool head. I don't know. It would be whether the, I'm sorry, you said Mantis. I thought Manta control board from Big Tree Tech. That's what came to mind. It depends on if you need to set up a second end stop. You need to figure out clearances for Tridex. So there's no reason why it wouldn't work if you can figure all that out. Sorry, Toxic, I didn't understand. I thought my mind went down a different path. Long's Mantis has its own carriage, so you would need to make mods to the carriage. Yep, absolutely. The key mod here on the carriage is that one belt it passes through. You see, the top belt is anchored to this carriage. The other belt is for the other carriage. You see that? That's the key point here. Got to scoot and prepare for stream. See you, D-Wet. Have fun on your stream. Okay. I need JST. All fine, I just don't like stealth burner, it's too heavy. That is perfectly valid opinion, of course. No problem. Okay, what I'm going to do, since I don't know exactly what I need, but I think I have enough here, is I'm just gonna leave this and I'll cut it after. I'm just gonna fold it in half and crimp both sides on the JST side, on the probe side, and then work on the other side. Yeah, that was ugly. There we go. That's fine. Let's see, do I have a 3-pin in here? Yes, I have one more. Excuse me. So last point, carbon access, go fine or no go? No go. No go. Generally, I think they're too flexible. If you're talking about like replacing the X extrusion. Is that what you're talking about? Do you use 6,000 RPM blower fans? I don't know what the speed rating is on these. I have 3 carts on various vendors' sites waiting for me to work up the nerve to full send this Doom 300. I want to do a Doom build. It'll be a conversion of an existing printer, but I do want to do a Doom build at some point. I'm twisting these wires just for wire management. Get an aluminum one if you're going to soak up the temps. You won't be pushing speeds anyway on such a printer. Yeah, I have no idea what, these are Delta fans I'm using on this printer. I don't know what their speed rating is. Okay. So now we're going to plug this back in here, and now get this back in here. Put it back together. Which printer will you convert to Doom? I don't know. That's far enough out that I have no idea. Finally. There we go. Deltas are 6.5K if I remember. Okay. Okay, so that goes there. Now we need screws to put this in here just like any other probe. It did, finally. It's been sitting there all stream. What's the point of the Doom Cube build? Just that it looks cool. There's a functional point. So there's a chamber temperature component. Was the big one. I want a higher temperature, a better insulated build. Okay, now pushing, so you want to push the probe all the way up against the bottom of the carriage, as close as you can get. Now I might be not quite there because might have some wires in the way here. Here, let's go out here. There we go. Now it's all the way up against the carriage. That's some wires in the way. Now both of these can go up in between the belts. Just push these back. Push these back into here, and then fold the belts back over. Keep them out of the way of the tool head. There we go. Doom Cube is for better passive insulation. Yep. If you're going to flash firmware over CAN, invest in an ST-Link. I have one, but that won't work for these because these are RP2040s, right? How do you know the probe height is right? For this, it doesn't matter. So remember, this is a Euclid. So I have this is just the dock on the carriage dock. This is the actual probe. This is gonna connect with magnets to the bottom here. And then your offset, or it's not used for offset. It's used for mesh and Z-tilt in this case. Offset is gonna be the nozzle probe in the back. So store that over there. So this just needs to be firm. So pushed all the way against the bottom of the carriage and then tightened down is the way to go for this. If you're gonna flash firmware on CAN, oh, I already read that. Okay. Let's put this all back together again. For the third time. Don't tight too hard, you will break the mount. Yeah, I have a finely calibrated tightener thingy. Okay, if I use that for if I use the 2-pin for the X end stop, I'll use the 3-pin for the Z, but we need to figure out which pins we need to use. Did this too often, I printed the Euclid included carriage. Yeah, but this is a different carriage, so I can't use the Euclid one. So that's why the little Omron adapter works well. Finely calibrated wrist, sure. Okay, back to documentation. We need to go back to the Mellow site, which was down, and it appears to still be down. Does anybody happen to have the pinout for that? Do I have something I can see? Let me see if I can see it on another printer. Yes, I can get it off of this one. So the pinout is going to be the 2 on the 2 to the right. 2 pins to the right. Torque spec is in German. Gudentight. Gudentight. Yep. That's not to be confused with, so when I used to be in a car group, at some point, something that we used to call it Gunther tight, because Gunther was at the factory, and that's all the oil filters were Gunther tight. Okay, is that going to be about where I want it to be? Yeah. Oops, what am I doing? I gotta go here. Gudentight is just right. It's like, yeah. Yeah, Ugga calibration. Discord pins. Oh, did you send me? I've got it on another printer. I got a connector. And where did the pins go? No, where did they? Oh, they're there. Gunther tight, yes. Oil filters are almost always tightened by Gunther because they're Gunther tight. At least from the factory. Gunther uses way too many Ugga. Okay. I think this is the last crimp of the day. Last crimp of the day. And then this is going to plug into the left two, so we're going to go right, or the right two. Oops, it's backwards. There we go. And then it's going to plug in right into the end stop port right next to it. It's just a dumb 2-pin end stop. It should be fine. Okay. Let's see if we can get an overhead shot of this. Yeah, I think so. Here is our, let's get this out of the way. Here's our dock. Isn't Ugga Dugga the Americans measure? Yes. Mongo tight. 3 dome units. Am I making? No, they're the same color. If I would have thought about it more, I would have done that, but oh well. Here, let's put the tool head all back together while I'm here. Make sure I get there we go. See you, Jeremy. Thanks for being here. You know, it would have been smart to make the tool heads a different color, but I didn't actually think about it when I was printing everything up, because I was pretty much printing up 2 of everything, because it's all fresh printed parts. I didn't reuse what I had on the printer before. Hey, projects in Dad's garage. We're almost done for the day. But what I wanted to do, I put the Euclid carriage mount together. The dock is in here. I want to see if we can get to it. See if I need to make any adjustments now. It's never too late to reprint the fronts in like red and blue. I do have a blue, but I don't know if it would work. Maybe I'd pick a different color. Maybe that gold. See, Eric. Hey, we're almost done anyway, Eric. I'm gonna see if I need to make any adjustments to this Euclid mount, and then we'll probably wind down. We're at 4 hours. That's a good stream for something that was really a scattering of projects. So I'm gonna just manually move this and see if we pick it up. Oh, there's the problem. Okay, so immediately we have a problem. I need to change this now because the wiper runs into the dock. So I can't even see if I can reach. I'm gonna have to do a solution that moves it over. Now this is designed for just a regular Trident or 2.4 where you want the dock to be as far out of the way as possible. But now it won't even reach at this point. In the interest of seeing where we're at, if we can get to it in Y, let's just remove this dock. I mean, this wiper, I mean. Let's just remove the wiper for right now and just see that we can get back there. It's wiping the dock, yes. I want to do copper from Sparta 3D for a printer. Just move it to, yes, I can move this, but right now it's fixed in the X. The X direction for this is fixed because of the way it's mounted. See, Mikhail? But now we can, now the wiper isn't in the way. Yep, I can reach there. I can actually reach another 4 or 5 millimeters back. I'd probably want it at Y max. So, but the Z, I mean oh yeah, the Z height for it is perfect. Here. So here's our probe on there, you see. And if we go over here, that's perfect. It doesn't collide. That height is right there. And then we would move forward to drop it off, back to it and out. That looks good. Yeah, so its mount, the Euclid mount that I was testing for Dennis bolts into the 8 or the B drive here. So it's not adjustable side to side. It's adjustable up and down, and I just happen to have it in the right spot. But that'll just have to be tweaked. Just move this that way, and it only needs to move just the tiniest bit, because when this is on here, oops. When this is on here, you see, I collide right there. So it probably, realistically, not the tiniest bit, it probably needs to move a good 30 millimeters over, 30 or 40 millimeters over, just to completely clear this whole thing. Yeah. Well, that's good. That was good to test. That was good to test. I'm gonna put this wiper back on. But I will fix that in between streams and print up a new part. I'll probably pick a different mounting option, because there's a lot of mounting options for this. But that one hits right there. Let's see. These are special and lets one belt run free underneath. Yeah. I'm running the same setup. I'm probably going to make fixed wipers on the sides instead of mounted to the gantry. Fixed wipers on the sides instead of mounted to the gantry. The nice thing about this is you don't have to move in Y to do a wipe. If you had to move in Y, you're going to increase your print time, right? So having them mounted to the XY joints here is actually ideal for that. DJ Natty, it's some version of that. It's some version of that. I don't know. I was looking at the Euclid GitHub last night, and I couldn't find the exact one, so I don't know if Dennis has revised it or not. But everything else about it looks like it's gonna work okay. And actually, it's just at the point, I don't know if you can see here, it's just at the point where the probe, when it's on the carriage, does not interfere, just barely does not interfere with the with the wiper. It almost touches. When X triggers, it's right there, almost touching, right up in here. Hey, 94. Okay. So that's where we're gonna end it. We did quite a bit. We're all over the place, but we did quite a bit. We have all of our end stops are now mostly functioning. We have all the X end stops and Y end stops are in. Connectors are crimped. I have some better idea of how my wiring paths are going to go. And I have some tasks figuring out the Euclid mount. Closest clearance, yep. So, and then we have some idea on the electronics layout. So next stream will be hopefully taking what we've learned today and applying the different things, putting the electronics into place. I'll make a decision on whether I want to just go ahead and get new rails or not, new DIN rails, but I'm not sure yet. So, awesome. And then member stream will be sometime in the next 2 weeks. What do we have? What Saturdays do we have left of the month? We have the 19th or the 26th. So I think the 19th is going to be the better day. So if I can come up with something that we'll do sometime this week, we'll do it this Saturday. Yeah, we'll be doing a member stream soon. Probably this Saturday, because I think the 26th is probably, because that's US, at least, Thanksgiving weekend. So Leo the Human, $5, thank you. Plenty of Charlie, lots of Charlie. Charlie was a parrot today. So if anybody wants to see that, I don't know what the timestamps were, but if you skip through the stream, you'll find Charlie on my shoulders a few times. So look out for a member stream on the 19th. Probably not doing Tridex content next weekend. I'll probably switch to something else. Maybe tap, maybe something else. But we'll pick up on this because I think I'm gonna need a little extra time just to get everything sorted for the next stream. So, hey, Christian from Copenhagen. And Troy, thanks for gifting the memberships. Maybe another CAD thing on the member streams. Can imagine there's some demand. I gotta have something to do though. I gotta have something to do that. So we'll see. Your wife really appreciated that part of the stream? Yeah. Maybe tap. It depends on if I have a printer to put it on, Chris. That's because if I do it, I need to put it on a printer. I gotta figure out which printer, and I'm honestly, with as many printers as I have, I'm kind of low on reliable printers right now since I took this one apart for this. So, anyway, have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you for all the gifted memberships and the new members and any donations today. And we will see you, a lot of you, on Saturday and everyone else on Sunday. So, have a good rest of your weekend. Bye.